So we'll put a little bit of, can we turn the mic up just a little bit? We'll put a little bit of glass on the bottom. Now that's loud. That's my life today. Everything's going good and like this. You never let them know your next move. Oh, batteries dying. So we put just a little bit of glass on the bottom there, and then we're going to attach an additional rod to be able to open up the opposite side of the piece. Can we turn the mic up just a bit more? Just a tiny bit. I know, we're going to fix it. No, it's me. I can't hear. I can't hear me either. All right. So the glass now has cooled down a good amount to where it has changed colors. It started out orange due to those really high temperatures. It's just hot. And so when it cools down, you'll be able to see what it might look like after it cools down when it comes out of the furnace, like the annealing oven the next day. Welcome to the hot shop. On the right side of the hot shop here, we have experiences to be able to create your own item in glass that are always available. So those are by the furnace experiences or just hands-on glass making workshops. So you can always find those online. They sell out pretty quick sometimes, and then if you get lucky though, you can catch a workshop experience online. So now we're going to add an additional rod at the bottom of the piece there. We're going to put a little bit of water on the jack line we carved in earlier. Then we're going to tap the pipe. That'll help remove the glass from the end of the opposite pipe. Now there's a small access hole that we'll be able to open up the lip, clean it up, and then spin it out. This is just when they can manipulate it in whatever final design they would like. So now we'll go in with those jacks and slowly start to open up our grip to be able to open up the mouth of the piece. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So as we go in and out of this reheating chamber, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. Those hollow fire bricks within that barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. So we have a few cool things going on here at the museum. On June 6th, we'll have Breakfast at the Cone. And Breakfast at the Cone is designed for local organizations to come together to enjoy breakfast here with us. And it's an annual fundraising event which promotes civic engagement among cultural organizations and business leaders who support the future of Tacoma. So if there are any more tickets available, which I'm sure there are online, if your organization is interested in coming to have breakfast with us here early at the Cone, be sure to look for that and to find more information online. And then June 21st, we'll have a second sale. The store will be hosting a second sale. Well, there will be special one-off, one-of-a-kind items from the Hot Shop team will be sold the 21st during the second sale hosted by the store. So come back down, and you don't actually need museum access, but you can come to the museum. So these items are one-off. These items maybe were made for prototypes or samples designed for a reason, but they didn't actually make the cut. So when we happen to have a bunch of items accumulated made by the Hot Shop team, we're then able to release them to be sold for a different purpose here at the museum. So come on down and grab something great for a really good deal. So he continues to torch the back of the bottom of the pipe there, the back of the piece on the bottom of the pipe, because that portion goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. But we want that portion to be nice and hot because that's our connection to the process. And so he keeps torching it to make sure it's nice and well saturated with heat. So when we put water on it, it will, it'll shock very well. And then it'll help release the glass from the connection point. So Sarah is suited up. The gloves are Kevlar, a face shield because that annealing oven is warm. Well, it's hot. Put a little bit of water on the back of the pipe there. We'll tap the pipe. It'll help release the glass. The Kevlar glove. Oh, we'll give it a little torch. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Give it a torch, and then into the annealing oven it'll go to rest overnight to prevent any sort of shock. Alrighty, and then we'll do it all again, and you'll be able to see how we start from gathering a bit of glass, blowing it out, and creating a final object. So as you can see, the process it starts by dipping a steel rod into the furnace. The glass looks like it's orange because it's hot. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So as you can see there on the big screen, the glass furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. It rests at 2,100 degrees. Once we kind of cool that glass down a bit, shape it up a little bit, we'll blow into the pipe and then continue to shape the bubble. There's a small bubble that starts that can create really large things. It's the catalyst for all things hollow in glass. So we're going to add some color on the top of this clear bubble here snippet. This is what we call a color overlay. We're going to bring the color all the way back towards the end of the pipe to encase the bubble. And this will change the surface color of the glass. So now that we've taken the color and pulled it all the way back towards the end of, or over the end of the bubble, we're gonna let it set itself up for a moment. Then we'll gather over, and we'll gather over it again. So we'll go in with that block. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. We've gathered over the glass a couple times. It looks orange only because it's hot. It'll cool down to become the color that we overlaid the clear bubble with. And then in with those papers. Those papers are just newspapers soaked in water. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So we gather the glass from the furnace. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees. That illustration is great for showing that beautiful orange color it is when it comes out, but all the glass is only clear inside the furnace. Thank you. So we have to rotate the glass back and forth so it stays on center. If we do not rotate it back and forth, it'll fall left or it'll fall right and it'll go off center because it's hot. It looks like it's solid and stiff, but it still is hot in the core, so it has the ability for gravity to pull it down slowly. So now we're going to bring over some color and and roll or wrap it on. So the Hot Shop team here has been here at the Museum of Glass for over 20 years now. They've been here since the start of it. So the Hot Shop team, they make their own work, and at any point in time, if we could see some of their work that they make, that would be awesome. But their job here is to work when we're open Wednesday through Sunday, creating glass for visiting artists, big, large scale commissions, and then also artists that come and need a team to create their work the first time the right way. Sometimes it's so hard, though, that we have to try a couple times just because of the, let's say, the weight of the project or just how hard and big things can truly be because we are humans, and so sometimes challenges can defeat us, and not all the time though. One day they were making, can we see some of the Hot Shops team's past works? So when he hits it on that plate there, what it'll do is those lines that we're wrapping around, they'll go from being straight to movement. So it'll kind of go up and down. So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see work that this is Gabe's work on the big screen. Gabe is the man with the hat at the reheating chamber. So we'll go and blow into the end of the pipe as he uses the papers to shape the glass. I think we're going to make another bowl that we made earlier when you first walked in. When it cools down, you'll be able to see those white lines with movement on the surface. We'll get those jacks nice and hot to be able to carve into the glass to create a jack line. So we'll carve into the glass there at the end of the pipe. This jack line will help as a reference point for the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So we have to shape the bottom before we can clean up and open up and shape the top. And so right now we're working on the bottom of the vase. So we'll give it a nice little flash, and then we'll prepare the glass to be removed from the end of the blowpipe onto a transfer rod to be able to clean up the top. Now that we've shaped the bottom, we're going to shape the top. So we'll place that transfer rod onto the bottom. We'll put a little bit of water and then tap the pipe to help remove the glass. if you're ever interested in or if you ever would like to know what's happening here in the hot shop, but you're not able to make it back here to the museum, you can always log on to our live stream. So we're live streaming Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. on the hot shop tab on our website. And be sure to follow us on Instagram and Facebook so you'll know what's happening here in the museum. So Sarah suited up those Kevlar mittens on her hands will keep her from physically being burned, but the piece is still pretty warm, so there's still heat radiating through the materials. She'll get under it. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point and tap the pipe, and those vibrations will help release the glass from the end of the pipe. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And then we'll place it in the annealing oven. That annealing oven rests at a certain temperature to bring the piece down overnight back to room temperature to prevent any sort of shock. So currently what we've done is we've added color to the surface of this bubble and then we added more clear glass around it. Next, we're going to put a white wrap of glass around the surface. It's known as a roller wrap. And then we're going to make that white wrap move so the lines have some striations. You'll see. Sometimes the pipe will get a little hot to touch, so we'll take it over to the pipe cooler to cool it down. We'll put the glass in and out of the reheating chamber here to be able to keep it nice and hot, to heat up that wrap that we just laid over the surface, melt it into the surface, and then he'll hit it on the table there to make those lines go from horizontally wrapped to some movement in the wrap to make them move in different directions. So she'll blow into the end of the pipe there to help expand the bubble. The color was laid over the clear bubble that we initially started with, due by applying the color overlay method, which means that when we add color to the surface of glass, today we laid a bar of color over a clear bubble. And so the color bar looks similar to this piece of chalk here is just glass, right? And then we get it hot, lay it over a clear bubble, and then we'll be able to continue to expand that bubble, and it'll look like it's all one color, but in reality, it's a little bit of color and a whole lot of clear. Can we see the color overlay video to learn how the glass got colored today?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So we'll go in and out of this reheating chamber to be able to keep the glass nice and hot and malleable enough to shape while we're at the bench and blow it out. As you can see, this reheating chamber is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. On the right side of the hot shop, we have glass making experience here that we offer online. So Be sure to follow us on Facebook, Instagram to learn about our blow your own experiences. Thank you. And you'll be able to come down and make the select item that is offered. And today they're making birds, which is really cool. So the next step in the process will be to create a transfer rod, and then we'll put the connection point on the end of the piece here so we're able to work on the opposite side of the piece. So we have a few things coming up here also at the Museum of Glass. On June 21st, we'll have a second sale, and the second sale is designed so where you're able to get items of glass starting as low as $10, worth a bunch more because they're so one of a kind. Sometimes they derive from being prototypes or samples that didn't make it, or maybe just something fun that they made and then didn't make a bunch. So they kept it instead of putting it into the store. And so come back on the 21st if you're interested in purchasing some items from our second sale. And if you can't come back and you're interested and you're curious to know what's happening here in the hot shop, you can always catch us on our live stream from Wednesday through Sunday. We're here making items from 10 to 5 p.m. So watch us online. Get online and click on the hot shop tab on our website. We'll use those jacks to shape and carve into the glass. When we carve into the glass, it creates a weak point. We'll go with the diamond shears and just cinch it, and then that'll help us to remove that additional bit of glass. And we'll do those maneuvers to be able to clean up the lip portion of the vase. And now we'll get it nice and hot, and then we'll go into that small little access point and flare it open so it can be a bit more functional with access to the body. A little bit of water on the that connection point will tap the pipe, and it'll help release the glass from the end of the pipe. Let's give them a hand for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven, it'll go to slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of shock. As those inner layers are still nice and hot, those outer layers are a bit more chilly, so they're gonna all be brought down together within that annealing oven. Welcome to the hot shop. If you're just getting here, we on the right side of the hot shop, we offer hands-on experiences, and the students there are making birds for the day. That's the offering. So if you're ever interested in coming to make something hands-on here in the hot shop, you're welcome to sign up online. And then next, we're going to begin to make some goblets and decanters. The decanters here are designed for our annual gala. We only make about 35, and they're exclusive. Sorry, and they're exclusively made every year for that year's gala, and so you'll see the design kind of has this really cool textured finish on the surface. This is known as scavo. The idea behind it is for it to kind of look like we dug it up and it's ancient, and but still a great treasure. It's like an apothecary theme, apothecary vibe. So can we see some of the past annual Red Hot goblet and decanters that we've made in the past? So the process will start by dipping into the furnace to gather the glass. We'll rotate that steel rod. Can we see the furnace diagram? That furnace there holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. After dipping into the furnace, we'll shape the glass just a bit, and then we'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. Thank you. We'll go on with that block. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood, cherry wood to be specific, and it's been soaking in water to protect the surface of the glass and the integrity of the wood. Over time, that block will cool down those outer layers while keeping the core nice and hot. We want the core to be hot so we can continue to expand the bubble. So we'll let the glass set itself up a bit. And then we'll shape those outer walls. We want the outer walls to be nice and even and cool because when we blow the bubble, we want the bubble to be blown into the glass nice and evenly. So we're providing an environment for the bubble to evenly space itself out as we continue to gather and shape the glass. So we're setting the foundation of the piece up before we're able to go in and continue shaping it. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So in and out of the reheating chamber. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2300 degrees. We have to go in and out of the reheating chamber to keep the glass nice and hot to be able to manipulate it at the bench. Thank you. So the body of the decanter will be clear, and then we'll put powder coating on the top, which will give it this really nice textured finish. It's known as scavo. So Sarah on the left side of the hot shop has gathered glass that's just clear, and then dip it into colored crushed glass, which we refer to as frit. Can we please see the frit diagram? So frit is crushed glass that is held within these bowls to control when we gather it up. And then when it cools down, you'll see that there's some space left in between, and it kind of reveals some of the clear that it's been rolled in. But if you roll it enough to make it compact, it might cool a bit more solid. As you can see, the decanters with the foot, the handle, and the little button, it looks solid. So we're making the foot right now to add to the body of the decanter. Can we please see the year's previous Red Hot decanter and goblets? Every year we design one decanter and one goblet specific to the year for our annual Red Hot Gala. And Red Hot raises about 50% of our operating funds. It's a really fun night in glass. We have a silent auction, a live demonstration, and dinner. So we'll go and add the foot. We'll use our diamond shears to remove the glass attached to the rod and the rod. The diamond shear is cut in a 360, which makes it great for removing. Just one snip will remove everything. It looks orange because it's hot, but when it cools down, it'll be the color similar to the decanters there in the hot shop. So now we'll add this transfer rod to the end of the piece there. We'll put a little bit of water on that jack line we carved in earlier. And then this will help create shock in the environment. We'll tap the pipe and the vibrations will release the glass from the end of the pipe. On June 21st, we'll have our second sale here at the Museum of Glass, and this sale pieces will start as low as $10, and you'll be able to find some really cool one-of-a-kind, one-off items made here by the Hot Shop team. So if you're interested in coming back down to check out the seconds we have, come on down and get some items. Take some good stuff home for a great deal. So next we'll add the little button to give us like that really cool wax letter vibe, and then the handle so we can make it a bit more functional to hold. So it's really important that we keep the glass evenly heated while we're working to make sure we prevent any sort of shock and without throughout the piece. And so we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber. That reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees. So we have to flash while we're waiting for the next step. The next step will be to bring over a bit of glass with color to put on the stamp here. It's like that wax seal of our apothecary vibe we're going for. Ancient but treasure. On the right side of the hot shop, we have our hands-on blow your own experiences or by the furnace experiences, and you'll be able to sign up for one of those classes whenever they're available online if you're interested in making something with our Hilltop Artists youth instructors. These Hilltop Artists youth instructors are alumni of the program. Some of them still work with the program, and that is one of Chihuli's nonprofits designed to bring different youth together through diverse backgrounds, and they work. Some of them can work after school or production, meaning that there's stipend every 2 weeks to create. And that's just one of a different one of Chihuli's nonprofits that he co-founded with some other community people to enhance the lives of youth. We'll go on and add that handle, flip it over, let it chill just a little bit before we shape it and then lay it onto the body. The Hot Shop team here has been, that you guys are looking at today, have been working here with the Museum of Glass for many years. I think over 20 years are about the duration of the length that we've been open. And so these artists are here and people seek to work with them. So visiting artists come and they help make their work. Artists who need to fulfill large scale commissions come and they use the Hot Shop team for the day to get their work made. And then these artists also make their own work when they can or when they maybe have a residency here, which doesn't happen a ton. They're making the decanter and goblets for our annual Red Hot Gala. If you're interested in coming to Red Hot, go online and learn more about the event. It's September 20th. Get a couple tickets and come hang out with us. Learn a little bit more about a fancy evening in glass. Now we'll add Scalvo to the surface. We'll go over to the powder booth and slowly sift it on in just a moment. And then we'll go back into the reheating chamber. So here in this powder booth, it's a controlled environment to be able to add the powder to the surface of the glass. We'll sift it on, and then we'll go back into the reheating chamber to adhere it to the surface properly. Get it nice and hot. So when we reheat it and the glass gets nice and melted to the surface, you'll see it also changes the color just a little bit after being reintroduced to the heat. Can we see some past goblet and decanter sets? So the process starts by dipping into the furnace there. The furnace is a large ceramic tank. It holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into that furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As you rotate that steel pipe, the hot glass contains a certain level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself naturally. We'll come out with that gather, we'll shape it at the bench, blow into the end of the pipe, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. And that balloon is the catalyst for the body of the glass. We're making decanters. Welcome to the hot shop. My name's Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to let me know. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So as we gather more glass around that initial bubble, we'll be able to expand the bubble a bit more. So the more glass we have, the more we can blow a piece out to scale. And so a couple gathers, and then we'll start to slowly shape the body of the decanter. So as we blow into the end of the pipe, we'll then go in with the papers. The papers are just watered down newspaper, which allow us to shape the glass. So we'll go in and squeeze into the glass there at the end of the pipe. We're carving in a jack line. This is we're creating a weak point in the glass. It's also a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece, so the top of the piece. We have to shape the bottom and add the bottom enhancements, our features, before we can clean up the top. And that's because we're connected to the blowpipe. As we shape the bottom, sometimes the air starts to as we shape the glass, sometimes the air can seep out a little bit, so we have to reinforce the air in certain places. So we always work the bottom, shape the bottom before we clean up the top. Can we please see some of the past red hot goblets and decanters? Today we're making a decanter currently. Our red hot annual gala is every September, and we make goblets and decanters for that year specifically. It always changes. And then on the right side of the hot shop, they were doing some hands-on experiences. So if you're ever interested in coming to do a hands-on experience, you're more than welcome to sign up online. Around 1 o'clock, we will stop for a lunch break, and then we'll come back and do it all again till 5 o'clock. Next, we'll add the little wax seal, which is the Museum of Glass logo, and then we'll add the handle. Oh, handle first, and then the wax seal. Those diamond shears cut in a 360, so in one snip, he can remove the extra glass and the pipe. All the tools that we use during the glass blowing process are specifically designed for glass making. So we went over to the powder booth to add scavo to the surface to give it this really interesting textured finish. Kind of has a veil over it. We want it to look almost like we dug it up, but it's still such a treasure. Has more of an apothecary vibe, rustic. A little bit of water on that connection point there. And then we'll tap the pipe and the vibrations will help release the glass from the end of the pipe. Let's give them a round of applause. We're going to take a lunch break now for about 1 hour and then come on back and hang out with us. And we'll do it all again after lunch. Right before that, we'll put this piece into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of shock. All right, we'll see you guys in about an hour. We'll do it all again.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, They wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle. No pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm going to leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glassmaking through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of like I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame working stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do like a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of like get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon. So like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and Kane, and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background is that paint?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color. So the first one I think type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. Fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling. So like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. Everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just figuring out what the Marinis are doing. And they're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, a one-time thing. This will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadisa de Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pour surface. The surface surface of the glass hasn't really been touched. So it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. Yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So they just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together so as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol Green and Gold Ruby, like K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Yeah.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color out. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with like the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll get better.
Exactly. And for poles, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
polished thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah. It could
could be big, I guess.
Well, I don't know. I mean, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so it's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
James.
Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. We're making really big yo-yos. They're massive. And we're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the reticello and all the marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I started glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories. And when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Teng. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's going to be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first started, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned. And I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned. That's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like preteeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least. And so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just once is fine.
Just gonna go once.
Awesome.
Can I touch those?
Yeah, totally.
What are you gonna touch, Ben? Touch those two together when we come off. We got a little time.
You say when?
You want to touch those or not? No, because I need to take that out. Three on the right, Eden. Well, hard. Wait for this. Maybe I can pull it out, make a touch here, curl. Or do you want me to keep it free floating?
What about if you like bring it like across, bring it across these ones?
Bring it over the top?
Yeah. See this out?
Touch?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you just stand by on the hot torch?
Yeah, totally.
Stop.
Attachment thing has like some element that is like coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like seeing as how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah. Way stronger, lighter.
Yeah, yeah,
That's cool.
yeah. Thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Sicky.
You know?
Well, we'll see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just they're two pieces. So like one of the whites with white cane on it, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
It's opaline.
Do you want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
And then-
opaline and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
That's kind of like a milky white.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. So I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you could see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the Hot Shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
So I'm getting ready for a show in the fall at St. Louis Art Museum, and I'm trying to work through these apothecary vessels. So they're sort of multi-part blown glass pieces. I just told Nick that I saw one at the Corning Museum that was 4 feet high. So we'll see how much we can sort of pull off there. But they do have sort of different stands and displays. It was meant to signal to people who were illiterate that this was a pharmacy. So I'm interested in that sort of aspect of form and color and messaging, and how that sort of relates to conversations around healing today. Some sketches with colored glass, and I ordered some colored glass that arrived yesterday. So I think some of them will have colored glass, but today we're starting with mostly clear glass. The photographs are much better than my drawings, but hopefully we'll knock out some of these. As you can see, a lot of them have like colored liquid in them. So that will be the second phase after the Hot Shop experiment. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Jabari, for really making this happen. We met probably, 15 years ago in New York City when Jabari was at Mokata. So I'm really happy to be part of the show, and thank you to everyone who made this show happen, and thank you for bringing me out.
I'm Preston Singletary, and I'm from Seattle, Washington, working here at the Museum of Glass. This week I'm working on this bust, which will be incorporated into a larger sculpture. There's an example over here of this bust form with the sort of the head and the hat, something I developed for the show and actually haven't made very many more of them because there's so much work. And so they are ancestral figures, so just sort of bringing kind of like a human element into sort of this sculptural form. I'm going to take advantage of the larger glory hole and make some more proportionate bust forms. Friday, I'm having Dante Marioni come, and we're going to work on a few things together, our sort of ongoing collaborations. Dave Walters is going to help me working on these cylinder forms. Yeah, whatever you think would be good for firing. Yeah.
Yeah, these shapes are the ideal shapes of fire.
Yeah. it's a way of working. You know, I'm very heavily influenced by modernism and, you know, Henry Moore and Calder and, you know, that whole modernist era. And because in a lot of cases they were really inspired by, you know, indigenous art, Native American art. So I found that kind of fascinating. So I was kind of juxtaposing that and trying to take inspiration from the things that they made. Over this, you know, however long I've been working with this style, native style, it started in like 1988, and I really put my foot down in about 95 to develop it as far as I can. And so then I started playing with these kind of abstractions and sort of modern kind of a take on the traditional art. Well, you know, I started, you know, as a glass maker, just blowing glass, and, you know, really into the process of, you know, blowing things and controlling the material as best I could. But then when I turned to my cultural background, it really opened up a lot of doors for me, but I also had to kind of relearn, rethink my approach to the material. And so it really led me on this path, which caused me to think about things that were a lot more figurative and narrative, because that ties in with the mythology of the Tlingit tribe. So then I started to, you know, when I came up with the Raven in the Box of Daylight exhibition, which is traveling, you know, then that is, you know, was a big exploration into the mythology and the symbolism behind the story itself, and then how could I represent that with objects and tell the story in this, you know, in this experiential way. And now I'm sort of on to the next chapter, like, okay, Raven did all these things in ancient history, so what's he up to now?
My name is Ade Jean-Baptiste, and I'm from Westchester, New York. My work kind of tackles this idea of these creatures moving through this landscape. They're oftentimes a metaphor for the feeling of otherness. So it kind of is a metaphor for my own personal experience of maybe not being like the first one to land. My parents are immigrants. They immigrated to the U.S. during the 80s, but this kind of second generation that is kind of both kind of part of this other culture that is not American, but trying to fit into this American culture, which is with these aliens, it's the same thing. These aliens, they can't be human. They will always be alien, but they're kind of co-opting parts of human culture. So you can kind of see in some of the figures, the clothing that they wear, even sometimes the expressions and the kind of the funky things that I add to them that kind of push that narrative further. Color is really, really important in my work. I like to use the strongest opacity of color possible. Growing up, color was always around me. It kind of ties into growing up in a very, or adjacent to an urban environment and thinking about graffiti culture and things like that, where color is a huge part. It also is a way to kind of signify ourselves. I think my philosophy on art, it comes from a lot of different places. I would say that a lot of it comes from a place of conversation and community. So a huge part of my work, while I do have a huge artistic practice, I have a huge social practice. I wouldn't be here standing today without a larger community. Even just the flight out here, I was supported by Hilltop Artists, and I did a residency with them a week before. Even all the color bar that I have for this residency, I was sponsored by Olympic Color Rods. Shout out to them, they're amazing. And so I think that at its core, art for me is community. What even brought me into thinking about concepts of community was coming from a place of wanting to see more of myself within the hot shop space. During my undergraduate time, I ended up working with my professor, and we collaborated on a series called the Black Glass Artist Series, where we bring in artists who are coming from the Afro diaspora to Alfred, New York to do a week-long residency where they get to make their work as well as collaborate with students. For me, that was really important because it came out of time through a lot of pain within the African-American community here in the U.S. during everything that was happening during BLM, and for a larger part of the U.S., them starting to kind of wake up and be like, gee willikers, like this is an issue. And so kind of utilizing people's kind of empathy toward that and kind of holding their feet to the fire, and like, if this is something that you're passionate about, donating money and working together. I was very fortunate to have Thurman Statham come down for our first auction and help donate some of his pieces and even be an auctioneer. And so I think that's another reason why I'm so drawn to community, is because of how that series was able to shape my collegiate experience, even my glass experience, working with all those different artists.
I'm Ayano Yoshizumi from Japan, and I'm based in Toyama Prefecture now. 6 objects. I draw on the paper. Then I just introduce more color and patterns into my work because I've been making those silhouettes but just like plain color or like plain color faded. So I just wanted a more complicated application onto it because I'm trying to bend, because I always use mold to make a rectangle shape, but I wanted to distort it a little bit more. Yeah, so I really like the designing and colors as well. Especially I admire the etchesosas, like Italian design. Working in Australia changes me so differently. Like I was preferred to use subtle color, which Japanese like, but it's really nice to get the people motivated. I love abstract painting, and I admire the French painter Henri Matisse. His drawing is pretty overwhelming to me, to be child but not childish. So that's a big mold, but I really wanted to do. So I'm gonna blow into it this afternoon to see how it goes. But I find the metal is heavy, but it get a nice surface texture. Yeah, because the glass blowing is a lot of like practice and patience to get exactly what I wanted to done. So I really appreciate this opportunity to help myself, because we need to take advantage of how the glass community is small, so that's people can contact easily than like other industries. So I'm being at the TA at Toyama Institute of Glass Art, and then I wanted to encourage the student get more overseas to see cool things.
My name is Clifford Rainey. I'm originally from Belfast, Northern Ireland, and I now reside in Napa, California. I'm primarily a sculptor. I studied sculpture, and I started off doing bronze casting with drawing and painting, and then I discovered this medium called glass. And I hate to say that was way back in the end of the 60s and 70s. And most of my kind of ideas and things come from travels, or I'm very concerned about the environment and ecology and politics and all those important things, and then I try to weave those concerns into my work as a way of kind of getting people engaged. Yeah, and then kind of around the tops as well over here. And then this is good. You don't need that much. See, that's most likely enough. And then what I sometimes try to do when the bubble's been blowing, then come in a little bit more. I walked from Kenya to South Africa and back up when I was younger, and I was always kind of expecting to go into these, the Maasai or Tanzania or Zambia or something like that, and find people, beautiful bowls and I love it. Traditional, whatever, being a very romantic person. But in fact, what people were doing was using old tin cans and stuff, and they would make these bowl shapes purely for tourists. And it's that sort of generic, it's just a very generic bowl shape. It was years ago when I started coming to America from the UK. I discovered in the Museum of American Indian, I think it was in New York, these same beautiful bowl shapes, and they were broken in the middle. The center was broken out. They were kind of killing the bowl, and so all that symbolism, is kind of woven back into what I do. I want to recreate a lot of the pieces I made before and lost, like memory and memory field, all to do about loss and memory, which is basically what I've been going through. This is one's called Memory Trace. And it came from another residency I did in the Maldives Islands years ago. And when I went out there, I basically sieved sand from the beach, which was coral sand. I needed to pick a color because I wanted to do something about recycling. So I used Bombay Sapphire Blue. So that's something which we'll try to emulate today. And then I took some branches from the local vegetation, and these pieces evolved, which I call memory trace, about things which happened in the past. And that's going to be the starting point.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful.
No. Yeah, so now we're going to put a punny right here, Sarah. Man, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept more. I'm going to need some rammage. Ramming. You can call me Nancy. I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? It's sitting right now. Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. And go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm going to get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it. You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens in here. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. I hope you guys are having a happy Saturday. Today in the Hot Shop, on the right side of the Hot Shop, you'll see that we offer these experiences here for you all to be able to get your hands on the materials, work with the heat a little bit, and create a bird today. But we have different offerings online, like bowls or orbs. And so if you're ever interested in doing a hands-on blow your own workshop, be sure to go online and take a slot before they all get filled up. And so before we went to lunch, we were making these decanters here that are to the right, my right. And I'll let you guys know exactly what we're doing. But for now, I'll just get into the process of how glass is made in the hot shop. So the process will start by dipping into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? Thank you. As you can see, the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. So we'll dip that hollow steel rod into the furnace there, the oven with the door on it, rotate the pipe, and gather glass. That illustration is great because the glass comes out looking orange, but when it cools down, it will be clear. And then we'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble, similar to the shape of a balloon. We'll gather over that, or we can add color. There are many things we can do to enhance the glass, but I believe we're going to make decanters. Let me confirm, and then we'll keep going. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out or raise your hand. It's loud over here, so I might not hear you the first time. And I'll be happy to answer your question. So we'll dip into the furnace and rotate that bubble in the initial starter bubble in the glass to gather more. The more glass that we gather, the more we can expand the bubble. So we'll go in with that block. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. The water acts as a lubricant, and it protects the surface of the glass as well as the integrity of the wood. They last for a really long time, but they're not very cheap. They're very expensive tools that we use, and so that's great because you get a long life out of a great tool. And then as we work, we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber. This chamber is full of hollow fire bricks which can withstand very high temperatures. It rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. And we turn these ovens off at night, and then when it's time to get in here and start working, we'll light them up in the morning. And it takes about an hour to reach those temperatures. We'll go in with the papers. They're just folded up newspaper that has been soaked in water, and it allows him to be able to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. So we have a few fun things coming up here at the museum. Breakfast at the Cone is one of our events that we have annually. It's a fundraiser. It's an annual fundraiser event that promotes civic engagements among cultural organizations and business leaders who support the future of Tacoma. So that'll be June 6th. It's always sometime in the early time of June. And so if your organization is interested, be sure to get more information offline to come here and have breakfast with us under the cone. And then on June 21st, we'll have our second sale. So one-of-a-kind items are made and one-off items are made here in the hot shop. And when they're made and they don't have anywhere to go, like the store or, the select commission due to it being a sample, you'll be able to acquire that starts at like $10. Can we see the June 21st second sale flyer? So, Hot Shop second sale will be June 21st. As you can see, even the items in the image there are super awesome. So one of a kind. We call them seconds, but I still think they're first. They're great items. Come on down and shop with us. So we'll create the body portion of the decanter. The decanter's here on the on the cart. We'll make the body, then we'll add the foot. The foot will be added by dipping clear glass into crushed glass, which we refer to as frit. Can we see the frit diagram? So Sarah will rotate clear glass inside of a bowl of frit a couple times to make it compact, and then we'll place it on the bottom. It'll function as the foot of the decanter. Can we see some of the years past decanter and goblets? Every year, Museum of Glass, we have the Red Hot Gala, and one goblet or goblets and decanters are made for that year exclusively. Only about 35, I believe, decanters and about 50 goblets are made every year. Red Hot raises about 50% of our operating funds, so if you have any interest in coming and hanging out, there'll be a live auction, a silent auction, dinner, and a live demonstration. So come hang out with us for a fabulous night in art. It'll be September 20th. And you can always look online to make sure that I'm correct. So we'll give the piece a flash, make sure it's nice and evenly heated throughout, and then we'll create another rod, a connection point at the end of the transfer rod. Place the connection point at the end of the decanter, at the bottom of the decanter, to prepare to remove it off the initial blowpipe. We'll add the transfer rod, allow it to cool down just a little bit to stiffen up, set itself up. We'll put some water on the jack line that we carved in. We carved in a weak spot, the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. Tap it, and then it'll remove the glass. The thermal shock will set in and remove the glass from the end of the pipe. And now we'll get that neckline nice and hot, taper it out a little bit, share it up, clean it off, and clean it up so it will have a nice, well-rounded top. So every so often you'll see that he'll use this fluffy torch here to hit the glass, and that's because sometimes it's just a way of making sure it's warm while it's sitting there idle at the bench, but also it's because when he does it at the end of the pipe, that portion goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first, but it's our connection to the process, so we want to make sure that it's just as warm as the rest of the body of the piece. So that's why we blowtorch it. Fluffy torch it. We don't really say blowtorch. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So we will work in and out of this reheating chamber. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. Can we see the glory hole diagram just one more time? Thank you. So there's a really tiny access point. He'll go in with those jacks and start to flare it open. So this item here, it is an oven. It's a garage. It's where items, whenever we're making parts and pieces and things like that, we'll make them and then we place them. We park them here, and they rest here, and they are able to be reworked into the process. And so the cold side is about 800 degrees, and the hotter side's about 1,000 degrees for glass. That's chilly, but it's a good resting point to be brought back all the way up to temp, and then attached to whatever they're making. If you all are ever curious to know what's happening here in the hot shop, you can always live stream and watch online, like what's going on in the hot shop for the day. So Wednesday through Sunday, we are always live streaming. If you go to our website, hit the hot shop tab, and then go toggle down to the hot shop live stream, you can watch when you're, like taking a break from work on the computer while you're at work. You can watch us anytime. So now we'll change the surface by taking it over to the powder booth and sifting Scavo on the top. The vibe is more of an apothecary theme, and so we wanted the idea behind the design is for it to feel like it was like dug up or ancient, but still a treasure. So that's what Scavo gives us, this antique, ancient glass. So you see there, the Scavo is sifted on in the powder booth in an enclosed environment. So just in case any of the particles fly, we don't inhale them. And then into the reheating chamber just to make sure that the Scavo is nice and melted into the surface. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then it'll go into the annealing oven to rest overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So as we constantly take the glass out of the furnaces here in the hot shop, that 1,000 pounds doesn't just magically reappear. It would be great if it did, but we have a hot shop tech who will charge our furnaces once a week or once every other week, depending on the levels of the furnace tanks. And we have 2 furnaces here in the hot shop. So can we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass? Can we?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other 2 main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
When you start the process, it's kind of like a hurry up and then you wait, and then you hurry up and then you wait. So right now we're going to wait. We're going to allow that bubble to chill and just kind of, ground itself before we go into the into the furnace and gather some more glass over the initial bubble. So we'll go in and start to pull the bubble to the right to create a neckline in the glass. And then we'll carve into the glass, indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. The papers he's using are just newspaper folded up and soaked in water to allow him to shape the glass. It's a very intimate tool they use for shaping. And we see some of our years past decanter and goblet sets. So every year, we make we'll make goblets and decanters for our annual Red Hot Gala. So every year it changes. exclusively for that gala. This year we have like an apothecary theme vibe, so we put this somewhat of a textured veil on the surface of the glass here. It's powdered glass, sifted over the clear glass. Kind of wanted to have more of a ancient vibe as if we dug it up. So now we're going to prepare the decanter to be removed from the initial blowpipe, so we're able to clean up the top. We always have to shape the bottom first, add the features, and then transfer it off the initial rod to access the neck and what we call the lip. So next we'll add the handle. We are making a decanter, the ones here on the podium. We've made various different decanters over the years. Every year we make a different one for our annual gala. So what she'll do is she'll dip the clear hot glass inside of a bowl of crushed glass a few times. It'll become compact enough to when it cools down, similar to the ones here, that if that's finished, it'll look solid. Can we please see some of the years past decanter and goblets? Thank you. So for everyone that's just got here into the hot shop, I hope you're having an awesome Saturday. We are creating decanters for our gala. Our gala raises about 50% of our operating funds every year, and every year there's a different decanter and goblet. You'll be able to see some there on the big screen. So we went over to the powder booth to sip some powder onto the surface, and then we're going to put it back into the reheating chamber to make sure that it's nice and melted in. And that'll give us that really pretty veil of, we want it to look like we dug it up a little bit. So it has that really cool antique, rustic, apothecary shop vibe. That's what we're going for. Our theme is more so like a fairy tale book. And so mystical forest is the idea behind the final result. And so into the powder booth we'll go. Come on out. Give it a little flash on the bottom there, because when we put water onto the connection point, we want that thermal shock to set in so well that it pops off. We'll tap the pipe. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Let's clap it up. So we'll go in and out of these reheating chambers to be able to get the glass nice and hot to expand the bubble and get the desired shape we need to achieve the final look of the decanter. So next what we'll do is we'll come and bring an additional bit of glass that'll function as the foot. Can we see the frit diagram? So Sarah has rotated clear glass into a bowl of crushed glass, which we call frit. It'll give us the achieved look of, she'll compact it so much, but you'll see some space in between the color. This is just one way to add color to the surface of the glass. So we'll bring over a bit of glass to lay it onto the bottom of the decanter's body, and it'll function as the foot. So we'll go in with our diamond shears to snip the glass. The diamond shears can remove the glass in one snip because they cut in a full 360. So now we'll put a little bit of water on that jack line we carved in, tap the pipe. And it'll help remove the glass from the initial blowpipe so we can now clean up the opposite side. Can we see some of the years past decanters and goblets? We're making a decanter right now for our annual gala. On also a couple other things happening. Well, I'll let you guys look at these slides and then we'll talk about other events coming up here at the Museum of Glass.
it gets to where on our time scale it looks very solid, like glass.
Wow. But on a microscopic time?
But if you wait for a really, really, 1,000 years, it'll
Or
just
even
change.
a few hundred. I mean, there are houses around here with leaded glass in the windows.
You know, I've never thought about this ever.
No, but so like a Roman glass vessel, but it's been like packed in a
Oh, really?
in dirt or yeah, that's true.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, you can excavate it. Yeah.
Now it makes you want to look at a photo of a
Maybe it's a long
building in the
material.
beginning and then the end.
Yeah, or maybe you can tell some of them. The glass sort of has like waves in it almost. You can see the like
And the
ripples.
sun is just
Ripples.
heating it every day.
Yep. Yeah, heating it and then night and cooling it.
I think it's interesting how you say on our time frame
Right.
it's solid.
Right. Yeah.
Or if you hit it with a hammer, it'll explode. It's certainly solid in that time.
I've never thought of it, in that way.
I don't know what. Now that I'm thinking about it, there was somebody that thought called BS on that too, on the window thing. That maybe that was just the manufacturing process.
Oh.
But that's why
You
they
told
look
me
like
that. I believed you.
Oh, okay.
So are you guys
I'll have to
local?
look it up. But as far as I know,
We're from Seattle. They live in Tacoma. Did. So whenever we flash the glass with that torch there, it's just to give it some more so at the very end is to make sure that end part is really hot. Because when we reheat the entire piece of the glass in the reheating chamber, that portion goes in last and it comes out first. But it's our connection to the process, so we want to always make sure that the heat is also being evenly distributed there at the end of the pipe through the connection point. And now Sarah will bring over an extra bit of glass. And then we'll snip it, and this will function as the handle. We'll add a little bit of glass to the center there. This will give us that really cool wax seal, a kind of vibe of a stamp on the surface. So now we'll go over to the powder booth and sift on some powder onto the surface, and then we'll melt it in to give it that really nice veil of and texture on the surface there. We kind of want it to look like we dug it up to give it that really cool antique-ish vibe. The idea is more like an apothecary shop theme, storybook, mythical forest for the gala this year, and so we want it to feel like we kind of found a good treasure. So on June 21st, we will be having a second sale, and the second sale is designed for you to get something really cool for a good price. And so when items here become samples, or they don't really just samples or prototypes, and then they don't end up being made, mass produced or put into the store, we'll hold on to them, and now we'll have a second sale on June 21st. And this will be your opportunity to get one-of-a-kind, one-off, handmade glass. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point, and then we'll tap the pipe to help release the glass. After a nice flash, let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Woohoo! We're going to put it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock, because as those inner layers are nice and hot, the outer layers are kind of chilly, and so we'll let them all come down together. So as we continue to take glass out of the furnace here, those levels of clear glass start to get lower. They don't just magically refill themselves, although if it did, that would be great, but they don't. So we have to refill our furnaces. That process is known as charging the furnace. So maybe once a week or every other week, we refill our furnaces with glass. So can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn about to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we put a little bit of white glass there on the bottom. Now we're going to gather over it. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So dip into the furnace and rotate the glass, rotate the rod. It'll gather up some glass, and the clear glass will look orange. As you can see, the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. It looks orange because it's hot, but as it cools down, it will cool clear. And because there's a little bit of white at the core when we blow it out, it'll look all white. But truly, it's a little white and a whole lot of clear. We'll blow into the glass to expand the bubble. So as we wait to move to the next step, we'll just let these gathers cool down a little bit, and then we'll slowly soon start to blow it out and expand the bubble. So today these will go to the store. I thought we were still making decanter and goblet sets for just a moment in time, but yeah, when we make items here like this, they go into the store. So now we're gonna bring over this additional piece of glass and then call a roller wrap. So we're gonna roll it around the surface of the glass very quickly. It's really fun to watch, rather satisfying. Can we pan the camera over to the, I don't know if we can pan it over to the roller wrap. So now that we lay the roller wrap onto the surface, he'll then get it nice and warm, and then he'll kind of touch it on the pad there, which will then help move the lines from being horizontally wrapped to kind of wavy, some striations in the surface of the lines. On the right side of the hot shop, if you're ever interested in doing a hands-on workshop, you can always go on to our website and learn how to, you can go onto our website and sign up for a hands-on glass making experience. Sometimes they fill up quickly. Sometimes you can catch us with a list still open and available to sign up to make glass here on the hot shop floor with our Hilltop Artist alumni. These are youth artists who lead the experience. Can we see the reheating chamber? Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as we work in and out of the glory hole, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and that 2,300 degrees is what is helping him keep the glass nice and malleable to be able to manipulate the shape at the bench. Thank you. So now we're going to make a cup. So the cup we'll start by dipping into the furnace to gather up some glass and blow it out. So hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. We'll get that steel nice and warm, and then we'll dip it into the furnace to gather some glass. We'll dip into the furnace and rotate that rod, and when it comes out, that'll be our first gather. It looks like it's orange, but it's just hot. We'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it. It'll create a bubble. put a little bit of water on the back of that jack, that connection point there, and then we'll tap it off, and we'll place it in the oven to where it'll cool down overnight. All right, let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And then we're going to put it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of shock. Alrighty, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us today in the hot shop here at Museum of Glass. I hope you have a wonderful week, and see you soon.